Right. This is great. Okay, so this is the first time that I've used this layout. Uh, uh, Apologies for the wait for what looks like the one person who is currently sitting in. I honestly, that is one more person than I actually expected. But, sorry for the wait, I'm still trying to set things up. So, this is the very first time that I've actually streamed on this channel since 2017 or so. It's been so long, the layout is super outdated, and it's just what we're sticking with because this is a super impromptu kind of thing, so I'm only gonna wait for a little bit for some people to settle in. In the meantime, if the voice is coming in clearly through the music or not, yeah, just let me know. I'm still kind of working out the ideal balance. I've only done a little bit of testing to make sure. Uh... Yeah, so I meant to actually go up earlier. Thank you, Zed. Thank you. I meant to actually go up earlier, but I didn't realize that just setting your stream to start streaming isn't how streams work on YouTube. You have to make sure to press go live. And guess who completely forgot to do that? I am an excellent content creator. Alright, the camera should be good. Right. Gosh, I'm not even sure why I have East's music on here, because I have only ever played a total of like 30 minutes of that game. It is not... I am far from being an Ys aficionado. I'm not even really an Ys enjoyer. So, good music though. Right. Okay. Ah, yeah, that's good taste now. Hmm. I don't believe I have. I completely forgot to grab a link to this goddamn godforsaken stream. Where is it? Yeah, figure it out as we go, I suppose. Pop out chat would be very helpful. Yes. Just have this. That's better. I should be able to find it from... Yeah, share the link. Social... Cool. Alright. That's set. Right. So. Alright. So. Okay, just get to the goddamn point, song, right? Fine. May as well get to a point now. Alright, so. Streaming is not really my specialty. So For those who think that this is going to be awkward, just remember that there is pretty much nothing of any kind of importance going on here. You're free to move along if you wish. But for those who are tuning in, I got parts for keyboards. Over the break, I had ordered some parts for this keyboard, which I had been planning to do for some time now. Now, this isn't going to be necessarily a custom build of any sort, especially because if we bother to open the damn thing up, you'll see that there is nothing inside. Because, of course, this is the... I can take this off. This is the board that I have been using for, say, the past almost a year now at this point. This is the Keychron C2, which is obvious because it's on the goddamn box, which you can't see now. See? I can see it. Yeah, so this is completely meaningless for anything except for the fact that I am a content creator. So, when I decided, or just before I did this channel, and before we had moved houses from Jersey, this was something I got myself for pretty much the last holiday, or last holidays or last birthday, I forget which one. This was to replace one of the keyboards that I had previously. The interesting thing about this, though, oh, right, I left the parts inside this box because preparation is also not the Seong's strong suit. Great, because the whole point of streams is that you should be prepared for everything. I, as usual, am prepared for virtually nothing, so that's great. What keyboard type do I prefer? Well, this is a full size. I kind of lean more towards this, mostly out of nostalgia. The previous board that I had, which I unfortunately do not have on me anymore, but if I did manage to grab an image beforehand. Assets, GFX. Where are the previews? Should be good enough. Should be transitioning over here. So this is just a shitty PNG of the old keyboard I used to have, which wasn't great. The biggest problem with that keyboard is that it was my first mechanical keyboard that I got specifically as a budget board. So, talking about the Nexius, not this. Although the C2 itself is a pretty budget board, I would still say that this is probably one of the more quality, manufacturers. The Nexius one was not. It was also one that, it was a mechanical keyboard, but it was using KL Brown switches, which... Nice! Yes. The old board was using brown switches, KL Browns, which at the time, I believe, this is going back to 2015 to 2016. I don't know if they had this reputation, but those switches were very much in the vein of bootleg Cherry Browns. It was fine. It held me through for a couple of years, even when I bought that board used. But it was not great. It was not built great, and it was a board that I bought used because I was an idiot back then and thought that I could save a little bit of money and get by with it. I mean, I did, but it wasn't a great board regardless. So I eventually did treat myself to the C2, which is pretty much because out of most of Keychron's offerings, because Keychron does some really good minimalistic boards, Most of them, though, are usually 10 keyless, so no number pad of any sort. And a lot of them go into like the even smaller form factors, which I'm not personally that big of a fan of. I'm not personally a big of a fan of anything without the numpad. And honestly, for a pretty nebulous reason, because I actually do occasionally play some old PC games which sometimes use the numpad. And also, just for typing purposes, I do like the numpad. I'm not that knowledgeable about keyboards, but I've been thinking about getting one for a new PC. I've been planning to live without the numpad. I know this more of a words. It's a completely subjective thing. There are a lot of people who, like me, who do want the numpad. Others, I believe, usually prefer 10 keyless or smaller for space reasons. And honestly, Keychron has some really good minimalistic, like small form factor keyboards, and some of the customizable ones, which is really cool. They're not even all that expensive either, and I could have went with those, but simply this is the only one of the few Keychron boards that they had that actually had the numpad. It was this, I believe it was the K10. I might be getting that wrong. It's the K10, I believe, is the other one. Basically, it's a wireless companion to this, or the wireless equivalent to the C2, which is just the same wired board, but it comes with a small battery and has Bluetooth, which I was never going to use anyway, so I went with the C2. The C2, though, this specific one, if I can actually start removing some of these switches, which now I can't do. I've actually never taken apart this board very often, but so I'm trying to get this into the camera. So this is the version with the red switches. Yeah, I use my numpad all the time when it's there. I enjoyed using the Plank Easy, though. It's good if I'm just using it for chat. I think that's a 40%. Jesus Christ, is that for ants? That's, no idea how to think about that, but I've never actually used anything smaller than a 10 keyless, so a lot of this is new to me. If it's somehow possible to get a full size but more compact, I'd love to get one. I believe compact boards with numpads do exist. I want to say they're is it 90%? There's some percentile figure for the basically full sizes, but they remove the gaps in the space between the numpad. So like they don't, for example, have a full size 0 key, and they reduce the gaps in this area pretty much. Which I think Keychron now has, but for budget reasons is the one I've got. And this is the version with the red switches, linear switches. Gateron Reds are fine, but I'd never actually used linear switches before. So in the case of Red, so my thought process was I wanted to get this with the full intention of modding this board someday in the future. And I would get Reds because I never tried linears before, and that's just something I wanted to do. So when I got it, I would use the linear, so basically try it out. If I like them, then that means I could probably keep the switches, or maybe consider some of the other varieties of linear switches out there. If I didn't, though, I will switch these out because I also planned on getting, I believe this is switches. I plan on getting replacement keycaps for this anyways, because while the white and the black is actually pretty good, it's not really my color, so that's kind of what we're doing, is we're essentially going to replace the keycaps and the switches, but not just that, there's also I was also going to do some light modification to the case and also just clean things out because this has been used for about a year. So it kind of needs that before I can do any significant mods. Something I used to do is get a TKL and an external numpad that I place above my keyboard. Yeah, I only just realized that external keypads or external numpads actually exist. Would have been nice to know beforehand. The funniest thing is so of course if it hasn't been made clear, and I'm pretty sure the only people in my audience, I'm pretty sure most of my audience now at this point comes from the Linux video. I of course use Linux. I would like to get a Stream Deck, but Elgato does not support Linux for shit, and that is kind of a problem for getting that stuff to work on Linux. So I can't use a Stream Deck. Usually the most popular alternative that I heard was indeed getting an external keypad or numpad, just a cheap external one, and then just mount that as like function keys 13 through like 20 or something. Which at this point I might still do, but that's not something I've considered at this point. I switched from a full-size keyboard to a 75%, but only to save space in my backpack. I travel around on my motorcycle, space is an issue. Oh, wow. Taking that stuff on the road. You're gonna bludgeon someone's head off. I'm sure. No, portability is an absolutely valid reason. I personally didn't have that desire to take this with me, so this is effectively going to be a stay-at-home, at the desk kind of situation. Which is why I went with full size. So pretty much this is going to kind of be a chill stream, more or less. Just gonna disassemble this, take things apart, replace the switches and the caps, give them a try, and you know, we'll also be testing them out, I believe. Which I got a fun way of testing this thing out, because it's going to be really appropriate for kind of, you know, as a stupid gamer who plays a lot of old games. I have perfect opportunity to test that. So for the most part, it's just going to be trying to be thin and get this. Yeah, I'm jealous of your keyboard right now. I mean, there's nothing really to be jealous about to begin with, because it's a budget board. Like, the Keychron sets have been getting very popular as of late, at least from what I could tell. I don't know if they still are, but they make very solid boards. So, and very cheap. The C2, this one, I believe, which was assembled, I think it's like 80, if I want to remember correctly. So, this is also the backlit version, but not RGB, because, not that I couldn't work with it, it's just I don't like RGB. So this is just the plain white backlight version, because I just felt it just needed illumination, but I didn't need, you know, crazy gamer-ish flair. I know that's what some people like, but not quite my thing. I know there's people who like RGB. I mean, RGB does give you infinite performance. And it's funny, too, because graphics card, since I did recently get a 3060 Ti for this build, which I'm sure for some of the Linux regulars might seem strange, but I kind of already explained that I do lots of screen capture, and Vanquish just preferred for that. Also more nebulous reasons, but yeah, so I have a 3060 Ti in my system, which has an RGB flare. Kind of. It's not really. That one fell. Doesn't matter. I'll get it later. It has an RGB strip, like just a little pea-sized sliver, kind of like this. It's really nothing much, but it has RGB, which for the longest time I couldn't actually control On Linux, there is a program called OpenRGB, which has been gaining quite a bit of popularity. That allows you to manage your RGB devices. And it worked for basically everything because this board that I'm using does have... Motherboard, I mean. Has Asus or a LED bullshit. And my Logitech mouse can be adjusted using it. But not the graphics card. But the graphics card was very recently... Gigabyte boards have been added to the support list in the, like, recent update. Like, I'm talking... couple of days before the Linux video came out was when they added support finally for... to make sure this is lighting, this is microphone, this is whatever the hell this arrow is. Yeah, they very recently added support for the graphics card, and now I can adjust that stupid little flare and turn it off. Again, it's not that RGB is terrible or anything, it's just that it's not my thing. Also, taking apart keycaps is probably the most tedious part of this process. I can't stand gamery aesthetics. It makes me cringe. Right tool for the job, for the right job, bro. Yeah. That is correct. If you need a certain piece of hardware to do your job, that's just how it goes. I love Linux, but can't be a zealot about it. I have to get ready for class. Yeah, good luck, Zed. Oh, so class at 8 o'clock? I'm assuming there's probably a time zone difference. I hope there's a time zone difference, but... good luck. Yeah. Obviously, operating systems is a very contentious kind of thing. Right tool for the job is right. Linux works better for me, but I also understand that it doesn't for a lot of other people. Some people, most of the people who have responded to that video has actually been very kind about it and very understanding, which I can appreciate that. But, yeah, Linux has just been better for me. It's also because Windows 11, I feel like enough's already been said about that particular operating system. It's not that I hate Microsoft, so I hate the direction that they've been going recently. Just with their decisions to shoehorn in online integration, I just didn't like. But again, kind of enough's been said about that at this point. Well, I switched to Linux, though. It's been a rocky start, but I've really gotten to adjust to it, and I actually prefer in a lot of cases. So, you know, in that sense, it is the right thing for me now. Windows, I felt over the years, has just been very limiting in some sense, and also just that very heavy-handed about its practices, like its updates. I love Linux a lot, but I'm anxious to make the perma switch. I know I want to do it eventually, but don't know when I want to. You and a lot of other people, Tracing. Which is completely understandable. I can understand that kind of hesitancy, because that was me for the past couple of years, before I'd even considered it. Before Windows 11 was a thing, you know, once upon a time, I actually really liked Windows 10. And switching to Linux felt like it was a very impossible thing. I honestly, before the deck came out, I was honestly under the impression that you couldn't game at all. Like, do any modern gaming on Linux at all. So now fast forward to 2-3 years later. So good right now. So good. Like, honestly, Proton has made a lot of really good advancements, just, you know, making game fixes, improving the accuracy, improving the performance overhead. Because it's basically, nowadays when you use Proton compared to back then, it used to be a lot more significant of a performance overhead. Now it's like basically none, and in a lot of cases, it actually performs better for DirectX 9 titles anyways. DX12 is still kind of a trouble spot sometimes. Especially if you have anything that isn't like NVIDIA Turing or above, which that is one thing I have to give to that is one slight against NVIDIA, is that they haven't been able to provide any of those necessary improvements for Pascal, especially since a lot of people, including myself, had a GTX 1060. I can kind of understand why they want to protect their trade secrets or whatever, but NVIDIA makes frustrating decisions. Now is a really great time to get to switching. I've been using Linux since Slackware 1. I've never used Slackware, personally. I heard that it existed, but honestly, I just don't know what the experience is like. Yeah, and it's been getting better by the day. The ratings improve is crazy, but it really has been a journey for Linux. It has a hell of a journey. I am very much looking forward to some of the improvements that, you know, should be coming. At this point, I don't necessarily have games that don't work on Linux. Or at least the games that I more or less play, all of them work. Even some that I wish didn't work, honestly. Break of the 99 Dragons, god fucking damn it. God. The efforts I went to make sure... The efforts that I went to check on some of the undocumented games, it has been a learning experience. Kind of painful. It was rewarding, but Drake is not worth it. Drake is not worth the effort. By any means. And... yeah. But I at least was able to figure out some things like Batman Arkham Asylum, which has such an old version of PhysX that it wouldn't work out of the box with Proton. It eventually took like a couple weeks of figuring things out before I realized that you could basically just import... so PhysX games basically just have a bunch of files that that's more or less standardized, that facilitates the kind of compatibility. All you have to do is import in one file from like Batman Arkham City or Origins. You import in the PhysX devices file into Asylum, into the directory with the rest of its dependencies, and that gets PhysX working. And then you just use Proton GE, make sure that you install PhysX, and then it works. Now, saying that isn't the hardest thing in the world, but getting to the point of figuring that stuff out can take a while. And it frustrated me. All for basically just cloth effects. I'm not ashamed to admit that. Corner pieces. Slack was great, but the guy who maintained it got cancer and fell behind. He's come back, but Slack never kept up. Aww. Well, never kept up when it comes to adoption. Oh, I didn't know that. That's fair. Nick, hey, I just found your channel a couple of hours ago, and I just want to say that I really like your content. So yeah, keep it up. I am shocked. I almost want to ask you if you found the right channel, but I appreciate it. I really do. For anyone who happens to tune in from that video, it has been very much appreciated. I didn't, like, I always kind of expected, not to sound pompous or anything, but when I was going down the list of, like, the kind of things I wanted to do for this channel, the list of videos I would make, doing a video on Linux was always going to be the plan, and I always had the general idea that it would get a little bit of attention, but I didn't anticipate how much it would get. The bathtub stream highlights? God, hope not. I do plan to use... so I wasn't just doing this stream just kind of for the lulz. I was actually going to be planning on make like a filler video to pad things out, because I am working on next piece of content. Isn't Linux focused, or even really about Linux, it's actually about something else entirely, but to kind of pad things out a little bit, I wanted to make something about, you know, to pass the time and fill that void. Because, you know, the YouTube algorithm, you have to appease it. These corner pieces. So I was just gonna make a video anyways about this, but I just thought taking this apart, kind of boring to do by myself, so why the hell not stream it? It would also just be a really good opportunity to chat with people who come in and to like have sort of a, it's not really a Q&A, but just kind of shoot the shit a little bit, which would definitely help for something as monotonous as this. Yeah, I saw your Linux video. It was good. Super raw. The best. Sorry, last video. Tough nuts, but keep working, bro. It'll be awesome in the end, even if it doesn't feel like it. If it wasn't like 2 a.m. for me right now, I probably would watch some more videos. There isn't even that many that is here. I probably won't be the first one to say that. I'm always going to have a bit of fondness for the earliest stuff that I did here, which, of course, in this case, referring to the Urban Ring game review and the chill games to relax to. Not gonna lie, the Urban Ring one was super raw in the sense that I was clearly super nervous going into that. You can hear it in that voice. And I was also just very inexperienced, and the less said about the snowball, the better. Chill games was something that I didn't really think very far ahead about. I kind of just did that more or less to just transition into doing the Linux video. So, cop out. But, oof. Yeah, there's crumbs here on this plate, which is not crumbs, it's just dust. Which is unfortunate. Well, when your brain is almost more fried than when you get really drunk or high, then it seems like a lot. Fair. Can't really speak too much about that. So the one thing about the C2 is that this thing needs to be disassembled in a very particular way. I believe their other boards have, like, visible screws. Thankfully, this doesn't seem to have a screw under this plate. But essentially, might have tabs, but basically I have to get a small object in here to pry it open. Unfortunately, this pick isn't. This doesn't work out. I have a Flathead I could probably try and use instead, but this is the card. These are the cards I've been dealt with, so gotta slowly try it. Oh god, this is like trying to disassemble a Vita, sort of. That's gonna be the longest part of the process. Trying to figure out how this comes apart. If this has plastic tabs, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Well, I guess that's how they make it cheap. Somewhat of a bit to try and get access to this. Oh! Oh, it wasn't even necessary, okay. Just pry it up from the top. Crack. Pick. Keyboard frame. This is the... Well, this is an entire pre-built the C2. The Keychron C2. It's one of their more budget builds. That's probably why they have this very kind of barbarish approach to disassembly. Not the biggest fan, but this is how they make it cheap. We'll be able to take this apart. Get a bit of purchase, but yeah, it's gonna be the hardest part. Now you can see my work ethic is very unrefined, shall we say. See, maybe I should have done this beforehand. You should do more pro tip Linux gamer vids. I never knew about the case folding feature, I'm assuming, of ext4. Yeah, not a lot of people know about that, do they? I guess it's a good thing I found that out myself the hard way. Thanks to Phantasy Star Online, of course. That game's done a lot for me. Say that much. Should be able to come out. Click, click, every trip. It's definitely coming off. It's like it wants to, but kind of can't be done easily. Oh. Come on. I didn't come completely unprepared. I do have Keychron's official guide on that. So it does say use slider or other tools to insert into the keyboard housing and then remove it. So I really do just expect you to have the strength of many impatient songs to get this released. Yeah, it's bending the pick too. Great. Ahead it is. These are very load-bearing legs. But it is definitely coming apart, though. Whoever designed this... evil. No wonder they don't want you removing this. Also, avoid the warranty, that precious warranty. This is probably where I would try to actually... see how to get this thing removed, but... As part is it looks like they're using a piece of paper to remove it. Don't you have a computer science degree? Seems like that case folding is something you could add to Wine to automagically handle. Oh, add to Wine to automagically handle the case and sensitivity. Maybe with an adapter pattern. So that is something that has been... because the only game that actually needs it is Phantasy Star Online 2, which is where this whole thing about case folding came from. Proton GE does have ironically, a case to basically... I forget what the method is exactly, but they basically had to do a way around the way Wine detects for files with different cases. They just put a workaround in Proton G specifically for that game. It's not really something, though, that you can do automatically for things because it is very dependent on file system. It's a feature that's only on ext4 and F2FS, from what I remember. It could be added to Butter, maybe, but doesn't seem to have been a plan yet, otherwise I would have heard about it. Yeah. Smaller bit. Using large bits like an idiot. Because, you know, it's just gonna... You see, the ironic part is not actually have to search something up, which means I need to use it with just the switches. It's by all demand handling, it does still work. Now I'm typing blind without keycaps, which is fun. Not bomb. Not key Chris. D2 disassembly. This is where having an iFixit toolkit would come in handy. Surely just have to go at it. I remember you saying a lot of mods have case-insensitive issues. Well, yes, but that's not a case that Proton in its own is meant to handle. And they're just worried about the games in their vanilla state, which I can understand from their perspective why they wouldn't give much of a crap about. It should just be a case of... Who? That motherfucker made this thing too fucking tight to remove by hand. I should have done this beforehand. I should have done this beforehand. If this is gonna end up being the most of the stream, then honestly, I deserve that. Well, I'm gonna go now, might sleep or go play a video game, half drunk, half tired, you know, the best form. Yeah, if it's just one game, then probably not worth except for flexing rights. Pretty much. Oh. You've made progress. Alright, has officially started coming out from that side. That was the right way to go about it, after all. Okay. And that pick fell, of course. This is what happens when you're not prepared for anything, and most of your work revolves around preparing. Ah. I think it's here. Ah. This is the stream where everything's falling. Amazing. I keep bumping the microphone too at the top of my headset. And I keep dropping things. At the very least. So... It wouldn't be a stream worth doing if things went smoothly. Oh man, ain't that the truth? Wouldn't be a stream worth doing. Your hands weren't about to start bleeding because they decided to make this, and I swear, the cheapest fashion possible. Oh man. Saddest part is I may actually be causing cracks in the plastic, which probably wouldn't be very good. We're gonna be at this for a while. Good reason I have the music on in the background. Slapshot music's really good, or it's pretty underrated, at least for Sega standards. That said, most of the soundtracks that I have on here is primarily of different Tales media. 'Cause, couldn't tell, Tales fan. Man, they say it goes fairly quickly, too. Uh... Right. Hmm. Oh. Gotta get really hard in. What? Ah. It's all about finding out the hell these clips are placed along the edge. Should be here? I think I can get access to it. Definitely somewhere in there. You know, look at the music. I don't actually know what the reputation is in the public consciousness regarding these Ilya games. But I think they still honestly have some of my favorite track lists. It's just because I think that in terms of, with regards to the Tales series, they have the most diverse track list. Like, I appreciate that for once in his goddamn life, Sakuraba decided to kind of forego the sort of one-track style that he'd been going for, so he went for, like, more oriental, jazz, rock, other kinds of genres, which I thought worked really well. And it's just kind of a shame that Delias are the only ones to do it, and they're still exclusive to the PS3, of all things. I get it, the power of the cell processor, but shouldn't be held exclusive to that platform for so damn long. I know a few Tales fans in the audience, but, you know, it's just... I'll use these stupid tabs here. Decided that would be a great idea. It just makes it the bottom part looks like it's been fucking welded shut or something. There's some spaces here, but it might damage the switches, so I don't want to try and manhandle it too hard. Love it. Oh man, this is gonna be. Oh man, that content creator I followed. What's he up to now? Oh, he's trying to stick pins and needles inside a keyboard case. Wow. I'm gonna unsubscribe. That would be fair. Honestly, I'll probably unsubscribe for my own content. I would ask, why am I even subscribed to myself in the first place? So that is... I think when something doesn't just come apart, it's because I missed a screw under a sticker or a glued on foot pad. So the thing is, there's only the one screw in the back, but that's not anywhere where, like, and Keychron themselves have said that there's no screws holding this. It's just tabs. Not until I get to the plate, anyways, where that is attached via screws. Which... I don't see any. I think it's hidden behind the front. Oh no, you can see a screw down here-ish, which obviously you're not going to be able to capture on a phone camera, but there is one there, but that's for the plate, not the casing. Oh, there are screws down the bottom too. Okay, yeah, I'm just being blind. But they actually get the front housing. You need to take off the tabs, and the tabs seem to be held on with fucking super glue. Which is, you know, fun. Like, there's small divots where I think you're intended. Get something. Ooh. Okay, crack that side. Got that side open. Yep. Yep. Up. We might make it. Oh man. of course, had to come with the most epic music. The most subtly epic music in this playlist. Fucking Tales of Berseria. I like. You know, speaking of Sakuraba soundtracks, Berseria is pretty good. Problem is, they don't loop in the game. And I don't know why they made that choice. Oh, I think I see. So they think there's small imperfections in the plastic that reveal, I guess in theory, where the tabs are supposed to be. But you get it in there. Ah. The light bulb went off. Perfect. Seems to be one here. One here. Hold it by the numpad. Rats. Should be around here. Here. Gotta take kind of stabs in the dark sometimes. Get to where these are. It's in here. Where is it? I don't, but not to the side of that. The rest of it does come off, so gotta. If I remember correctly, this does need to be taken off on this side. Gotta see where the tabs for this are. A tab here? So it has some bits here, I think. Bring back to by the enter key and 3. Oh, that's fucking evil. Yeah, freedom. That's fun. Yeah, there's one more clip here. I can feel it. I might have taken it out already. Interesting. In the worst possible way. Not a pleasant intrigue at all. It's in here. Ah. Alright. Plastic tabs. Just why? At least none of them shattered, which is a good thing. Alright, man, I'm gonna jump. Thank you. Alrighty. Far enough. Of course, immediately after that, the things disassemble now. Alright, so now the sensible part, where I can actually start unscrewing it like a normal person. Of course. Yeah, this size of bit seems to be fine. My hands hurt. That's alright. Kind of what I'm used to at this point when working on electronics. So I work on a variety of things like, Guitar Hero controllers, light guns. Yeah, after a certain point, you're just kind of used to expecting your hands. Well, the Guitar Hero controller I remember was kind of a bitch to deal with. So I have a Wii Les Paul that I use, which I kind of recently started using for the purposes of Clone Hero. By the way, it does have a good Linux port. The fret buttons weren't actually working properly, so over time, the way that a Guitar Hero controller works is that they use like push pins essentially. I forget the actual term for it, but pogo pins. That's right. So they essentially press against the inner contacts on the neck where the fret buttons are. I think it's the neck has the actual push pins, and the board, the inner bass guitar board, has the contacts. One of the two. So it presses in and basically just applies pressure to create a decent contact, but over time, I guess the contacts start to wear out, which is what causes the Guitar Hero controller to start dropping its inputs over time. And that was absolutely what was happening with mine, which I actually did end up fixing. I had to use actually, that's probably the point I need to start removing the switches themselves. So with the Guitar Hero controller, I did manage to fix it with a hardwire method, where effectively you just take the wires from the fretboard and then just solder that directly to the buttons on. You take the cables from the fretboard and just attach that directly to the guitar bass, which surprisingly enough does. Trying to look at my hands here. It does work, but unfortunately it means that you can't actually remove the Guitar Hero controller at all. Like, you can disassemble it, but you can't, like, pull it apart, the neck and the base. A YouTuber called Matt KC, which I'm pretty sure some people probably know about. He's the guy who does, like, Lego Island stuff. Did a video about a couple months back about essentially doing the hardwire mod but better, where essentially he replaced the pogo pin system with just basically making a serial connector on the base and the neck. So it just uses a much more conventional connection system, but it's infinitely more reliable. If I had known that, I would have followed that instead of just hardwiring the wires directly. Since it does mean you can still take it apart. Not that it's entirely necessary, but hey, maybe I'd like to mod that guitar someday. Also, removing switches is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. Especially this one. Because it's very particular in how it wants to be pulled out. Like that. Jesus. God, at the end, I'm wondering if this thing's even gonna work. Loved your video about gaming on Linux. Oh, thank you. Mihail... Oh, fuck. Mihail Mozolsky. I apologize profusely for mispronouncing your name. Thank you so much for the continued support. It honestly means a lot to have, you know, any kind of viewership, let alone the 10,000s that it's gotten, which I did not expect to have, but here I am. I am infinitely thankful for your support. Unfortunately, the switch puller that Keychron provides isn't very ergonomic. It's just something we kind of have to deal with. I've taken these switches apart before, but just having to do this like in bulk for 100 some odd keys, and that's on the floor now. Great. Kind of hits different. We're doing it for this many keys. Understand why it's for stability, but it made things a little easier. So what I'm going to do is pull apart the switches. Thankfully, it's just the plate that needs a bit of a cleaning, although I would like to perform a specific mod to beneath the plate. That might be redundant in a couple of minutes, but it is just going to give me peace of mind personally, so yeah. That's why I'm doing a full assembly instead of just the keycaps and the switches. Don't worry, no one gets my name right. Also, I hope your channel grows because the editing, content, and quality in that video. Oh, man. Thank you very much again. Yeah, that video took... Actually, all of my videos, frankly, apart from, like, the small update ones, take a long time to do because of, you know, because I don't... Obviously, I could go in a lot of different ways when you're, like, creating a channel, when you're thinking of creating content. You could either go about it in, you know, more for quantity of videos or quality of individual videos. And for my personality style, I really want to focus on detail and being as thorough as possible, which means I do sacrifice speed, but it does give me a better chance at, you know, making it at least somewhat entertaining and having, you know, making sure that it's all correct, because I know that there are some, you know, qualms that some people might have about the Linux video and the content, especially regarding the NVIDIA stuff, which I understand. But, you know, it was for the better that it takes longer for me to make individual videos, but at least I won't be regretting immediately, anyways, the things that I say about it. So, thank you very much. It means the world. It gives me a nice thumb workout after a while. Guess isn't the worst thing in the world, but yes. More of that nice, sweet jazz. Or a big band kind of stuff. Can't get enough of it. And I think that might just be... Find craft singles in your area? In your fridge? I'm not a bot. No, you're fine. Don't worry. I think I know when I made it on YouTube when I get bots, though. Which, you know, that's gonna be fun. I prefer channels with high quality over quantity because when a video comes out, it feels special. Also about the NVIDIA stuff, I used to have a GT 8600 and a GT 630 back in the day, and they were okay. Well, that's good to know. I do hear somewhat conflicting stories about, you know, from people who had NVIDIA cards before I did, and especially before the open source stuff happened. And by open source, I mean the kernel modules. I know it's not the entire thing that's open source, but also neither is AMD. Using an NVIDIA card's just fine, but the prop drivers have definitely gotten a little bit better with time. Unix gaming vid was actually done real well. Well, thank you, KMK. And that was exactly what I was hoping for, is to have something that was good, somewhat memorable, you know, for better or for worse. But I enjoy, you know, no matter how long it took, and also no matter the emotional state that I was in at the time when I was making that video, it means a lot. It really does mean a lot to know that it, you know, came across the way I wanted it to. And these fucking switches. My god. It really feels like you kind of have to, like, snap them off. They don't come cleanly off. You really do just kind of have to pull and pray, which is unfortunate. Like, some of them come more cleanly off than others, and honestly, I'm not sure what the pattern is. Though NVIDIA drivers on Ubuntu were kind of hard to install back in the day because I needed to kill the X11 server and switch to command line to install them from a random executable. Oh no. Wait, that's doing it like downloading the drivers from NVIDIA's website, aka the way that you shouldn't be installing drivers on any Linux nowadays. Oh man. That was brutal. That must have been brutal. I wish I knew Arch was a thing back then. You and a lot of other people. I still can't believe that Arch was the very first Linux that I personally decided to use. But I guess it's not that much of a surprise knowing the kind of person I am. Arch is good, at least. Like, it's been much better as of late, because I did remember, I mean, this was fairly recent, the grub stuff that was happening with Linux, with Arch Linux specifically. For those who might not remember, because you're not using Arch, first off, thank you. That's probably for the best, but second, Arch Linux had an issue with the grub bootloader system, where they released an update that, unbeknownst to a lot of people, basically required to update the grub bootloader binary. So, in a lot of cases, when you would update a Linux system, like if you want to, for example, change the kernel that you want to boot into, because that is a common thing that some technical users want to do, then you would just update only the grub configuration file in most cases, and this switch does not want to come off. Snap off. You would usually just change the grub configuration file, and you don't need to like add something to your bootloader or anything like that. But for this grub update specifically, it required that you reinstall grub to your bootloader as if you were installing Arch from scratch, or installing the grub bootloader from scratch. And that fucked a lot of people over, which I personally didn't have that problem because I actually used a grub fork that didn't actually get that update. Which is fine because the grub update really doesn't do a lot anyways. I run grub silent, which is essentially just a fork of grub that reduces the essentially just makes it more silent boot process. So that thankfully didn't affect me. So I was very confused when people are talking about running Arch and their system's breaking, and then I was like, what? Really? I dodged the bullet with that one. And that's the kind of things you have to be careful of when you're using Arch. My friend and brother were affected by this because they use grub. I wasn't, because I accidentally chose to use systemd boot instead. Also, how come grub install doesn't get called after a grub update? First off, good on you for using systemd update. I actually run EndeavourOS, which is an Arch-like. Well, it uses Arch, but it's basically a front end for installing Arch. Really good. They themselves recently changed their default to systemd boot, which is helpful. But yeah, the reason why grub doesn't call the installer is presumably because that would require knowing your specific hardware. Like, for updating your configuration files, you literally just run make grub config output whatever, and that's standardized. But you can't assume, presumably, that everyone uses the same boot drive directory. You can't assume everyone's using UEFI versus MBR boot. You can't even assume that the bootloader entry is the same name. So I can kind of understand, they're kind of put in a tough situation, I suppose, just from the way that grub works, but it's still unfortunate that it happened. Mr. Concio, hey, I just found out your channel because of the Linux video. I also started using Linux with Arch, by the way. Yay, Arch, one of us. Yeah. Thank you again for your continued support. Like, when you get to learning how Arch works and coping with its various quirks, it is very fun and very efficient to use. And the AOR is a really good resource for finding stuff, but gotta get used to it. I can't stress that enough. You have to get used to using, if Linux or like Ubuntu Linux already was Windows without the training wheels, Arch is Linux without any training wheels whatsoever. You're just throwing yourself into the deep end, essentially. So I would really recommend, if you're going to use Arch, use like Endeavor. But I'll also suggest use something else entirely, just because it's much safer that way. But Arch is fun, and that's how I started. So it's not necessarily that I don't recommend it, it's just that it's for a very particular audience. Also funny, this is the exact music track that played in that section of the video where I talked about distros. So yeah, consistency. Battletoads soundtrack for arcade is actually really good. Or at least this track specifically is a good banger. I love it. Yeah. I am checking to make sure I'm not like breaking any of these like swappable pads, because this is a hot swap board, which is why I can do this and not have to break out the soldering iron. But yeah, I hear that some hot swap boards can be kind of finicky, so I'm trying to be as careful as possible about switches flying off the fucking table. That's fine. Getting Windows to boot off system deboot took a few hours, so system deboot needs some utility to detect different OSs. Yeah, I should have used a VM for Windows instead, but I have bad specs, so VMs can cut it. Honestly, I still don't recommend using VMs for Windows, because to capture the Windows footage for that video, I needed to use some way. I essentially did a VM for that. VMs isn't always a suitable alternative though. I did recently have to get Windows installed on my Surface, which now thankfully continues to still run Linux, but I did have to install Windows onto that to get a specific utility for, not here at the moment, it's over in the bed. But I have a Retroid Pocket 2. It's an emulation handheld of a sort that runs Android. But to essentially install the Android 11 ROM for that, I needed Windows, because the updater utility, the flashing utility, is only Windows. And trying to get that to work in a VM, because with Android devices, you have to do like a stupid, you have to power it off and then you have to boot it up with a key combination and then plugging the device in at the same time. And it needs to be quick. That doesn't work with a VM. I tried it, and it just doesn't work. So I had to temporarily install Windows to the Surface, and then install the drivers for that, and then do the procedure on that to get the damn thing updated. Did work, but I don't like Windows. Which, by the way, trying to install Windows actually nuked the Linux install. I don't know why. I just assumed Windows got greedy and assumed the boot partition space was for itself to claim. So I had to install Windows first, then Linux on top of it. Not fun. Yeah. VMs, Windows, fun. But I don't particularly enjoy Windows myself, which again is a subjective thing. You know, different tools for different folks. I just wish I didn't have to use Windows in some of those cases. Like, I like the Linux environment better for my cases. I just prefer that the applications worked on my operating system. That's why I don't want Linux to be a political choice. But it feels like it sometimes, you know? So you have to kind of... You do kind of have to... You have to sound like an evangelist to get your point across, because otherwise they don't understand. Some people might not understand. Thankfully, most have been understanding, but... it's just put in this position that I want to use the operating system I want on the computer that I own and built. But the market doesn't allow me to do that. Sometimes. Windows pretending like other OSs don't exist while literally having a subsystem for Linux. Exactly. That's almost like that's the hypocrite. That's almost like there's the hypocrisy. It's so dumb. It is so dumb. Oh yeah, other operating systems exist if you install Windows first. You know, other operating systems exist in the Windows ecosystem, but not anywhere else. Yeah, Microsoft's getting greedy with that. That's the unfortunate part. It's that smexy numpad. Fancy numpad. I love you. For like the couple times I use you. By the way, I mainly play native games on Linux, but I agree with your 4 native games part, because I play less than 3 games. That is understandable. God, if I was to bring up the number, I do have Steam running here, so I can just, like, put this here. If I can just get composite this Steam window in. So that's what my Steam... put that in there. So that's what my Steam looks like now. If you can't tell from the text, that's 344 games that I have. Of which that are installed is 95 games. So just short of 100 is actually installed on this system. I still only have a couple of games, like 5, that are native ports. My native games are Minecraft, Dota 2, and CSGO. 2 of them are Valve games, and 1 is, ironically, from Microsoft. Yeah. Well, Minecraft's only native by virtue of it being Java, and you're running Java natively, but it's still... I got the point. But, yeah, my native ports... I still don't have a lot. Most of them are old and not very good. And as much as I want to love Payday 2 sometimes, their native port wasn't very good. And it's honestly much easier to mod that game just by using the Windows version. That's what I'm talking about, is that in a lot of cases, Proton is outclassing the old native ports anyway. And it makes them kind of obsolete, which is crazy. Like, you wouldn't have even thought of doing that just like 2 years ago. But now it's actually getting to the point that Valve themselves recommends using Windows versions instead of the native ones. That's a crazy world we live in. Yeah, because it would have just used the open... Man, I'm glad Dota 2 got updated to use Source 2 because it supports Vulkan now. That is a good thing. Before it would have just used OpenGL like CSGO. Yeah, so OpenGL is kind of going the way of the bird. Of the dodo bird. Vulkan is the new hotness. Pretty much if your game isn't using Vulkan, it might just be a lost cause. But, yeah. I'm glad that some of them are making the effort to update that. I wish Overkill or Starbreeze... I forget who's actually doing the porting for Payday 2, but it would be nice if some of them actually updated their fucking ports. Or don't be like Binding of Isaac and just leave it to die completely and just unlist the port entirely. Because that game's missing content alongside Borderlands 2 and some other choice games. Which is a shame. Almost done. 2 more. Ah, of course, these have to be right where the stabs are. That's not inconvenient in any way whatsoever. That sucks. Can't get it in there. Problem. Sucks. I'm almost tempted just to leave these 2 in, but these are plate-mounted stabilizers anyway, so what am I doing? I'm going to take out the rest of the screws, which at this point is just through here. Down here. And it's hard to see sometimes because of the dust. I hate dust. I don't want it growing in my home. You let dust build up, and before you know it, you have an army of dust bunnies plotting to take over. Beautiful flowers. Where did you get those from? Our garden? No, I have not watched The Amazing Bulk. I just quote IHE at random points because it's funny. Now oh, there's one more here. Oh, there's 2 more. I'm an idiot. Seong, what are you doing? Now it's coming up. Perfect. Just comes off like that. These are fucking attached. That's fine, I suppose. It's like it's attached to the board somewhat. Apparently Vulkan is good. I've only used OpenGL in code because I don't do a lot of things with graphics. Vulkan seems scary, not gonna lie. Yeah, probably because of the fact that it is a lower level API, but that's why some people like it, because it allows them to have better control. But yeah, I can understand if you're doing simple things, no need to do more than you're actually, required to do, so yeah. Also, modding keyboards is not the hardest thing in the world, it's just this particular model is a bit off. Is a bit strange about how it does things. Compared to what I'm used to anyways. It isn't much. That's the board taken apart. Plate-mounted stabilizers, so these are not the best choice, obviously. I think this is kind of done as a cost-saving measure. These were pre-lubricated but I don't know how much they have. I think the lubricant seems a little bit dry, but I don't actually have lubricant on me. And that's not going to matter too much for what we're doing here. And that is a mess right now. I am so sorry to subject anyone to that. There's a dampening pad here, which is interesting. I think at this point it should just come off. I think. It does. Yep, and there's just the bare board at this point. The bare board and the back itself. So, what I'm going to do at this point is clean the plate a little bit more thoroughly. Wipe off some of the dust from the back. And then I will start to put things together and install the new caps and switches. Right, and there's also a popular mod that, thankfully, Keychron actually provides you the resources to do this with, because essentially, one of the popular mods is essentially to take the foam that's part of the box, cut it to size, obviously making sure to not get in the way of these raised legs, and that's used to help dampen the sound a little bit. Now, this is going to be a little bit redundant because, spoiler, I am not using linear switches. I am using clickies because I have my reasons for that. But so normally this is kind of what you would want to do if you're using linears or fairly quiet tactiles. For me, since I'm using clickies, this might be kind of pointless, but the sound is a little bit hollow coming out of this board, so I'm gonna want to, help to alleviate that a little bit. Might reduce like some of the potential pinginess from the sound. Not sure, but yeah. Also, that's funny. So it's stopped shuffling my songs, which is great. Yay. Anyway, so I will start to cut this. I have scissors, which is over there. I thought it would be useful to use. May not actually be as useful as I thought, but it might be useful for getting the holes taken care of. I'm not sure. Should cut this down to size, so let me see. Also, dropped a lot of shit on the floor. Thank goodness the room is carpet. Otherwise, I would be very concerned. More concerned than I am already. I think I've missed my hydrate long time ago, so... It's the season. Are there mechanical keyboards that are low profile and feel like memory keyboards? I tend to hit my fingers on the keys while moving on keyboards with non-profile keypads. Good question. don't know. So I think I know the kind of keyboard that you're talking about, but I don't think there's a mechanical of that variety. I'm sure there is, I just don't know the name of it, if it exists. You might have to do a little bit of research on that yourself. Because I am beyond the bastion of knowledge by any means. So, recently got a Ducky 365% and swapped to Drops Holy Panda. Really like them so far in the past few months. Those are like quiet linears, right? If I remember correctly. I hear Drop Holy Pandas mentioned a lot for Switches, so it is like that's very cool, but so it's not going to be the most elegant way of doing this, but here-ish. Oh, yeah, this totally works. For some reason, my audio player isn't. Quiet tactile, right? Oh, that does sound good, man. uh. This. Yeah, so Holy Pandas, or just tactiles. I think if I wasn't as stubborn as I was, I probably would go for tactiles. I don't necessarily care for the quiet myself because I am kind of confined to just my own workspace. So I don't necessarily need to worry about sound as much as others do. But if I was in like a workplace, Holy Pandas would be very good for that. Of course, me being me, I'm going the opposite of that, so that's fun. Not an exact cut, but we're not aiming for perfection. It's about right. And I think I can just pop this through, which is probably the way to go, I think. Yeah, way to do it. If I was being more professional about this, I would actually like try to cut this out in advance, but I think this will do for now. By the way, are there any mods that make keyboards sound louder? Because my roommate would love that. No, that you do that by getting clicky switches. That's how you annoy your friends. Which I hope they would still be friends afterwards, because This method's actually working out way better than I thought it would. I've never actually seen how to apply foam to the board, like, formally. So I'm just kind of I'm learning as I go, like a lot of things, because I am a stubborn asshole. Big keycaps drop my word per minute from 160 to 100. Not that it matters outside of Discord arguments. Gotta be a mind reader sometimes. They would be friends because he opted for an Intel stock cooler, a GPU with loud fans, and having the PC on with wallpaper engine on 24/7. Oh! Yeah. Okay. Now I get it. It's a competition. And I'm all for that. Why not get a couple commercial grade high RPM fans? I think we actually, in the house, we do have some of those lying around. I can let you some if you want, but we might still need that for the summer. Which, you know, I would rather get a PSU with coil line. I thankfully have never had the misfortune of having that. Granted, I've only ever owned now like 2 power supplies. They both have held up very well for me. Currently I'm using an EVGA Supernova, not Supernova. It's a higher grade EVGA one. It's actually pretty good. Gold rated and shit. But it's not necessary because I'm using fairly low power parts. It's a 3060 Ti with a 5600X. So it's not doing a lot. It's beyond horrible. Oh no, it's the worst. I guess it is a kind of competition that you're having then. I mean, at that point, you may as well get like the loudest, clackiest set of switches. This reminds me of that comment about coil line. Reminds me of I used to have a very specific GTX 960, I believe it was. It was a blower. It had a blower style cooler, which at first I thought wasn't working because the fan was making an obnoxiously loud noise. It turns out that one of the cables, I think for like, it was either HD audio or I had some motherboard cables that got dangerously close to the fan, started knocking against the fan and creating a clacking sound, which made it sound like it was, as my sister would put it, like it was about to fly off to orbit. It was very entertaining when we eventually figured that out. But yeah. So now it's padded pretty nicely with foam. And the holes are still showing, which is good. So once that's been treated, that's now onto the plate, which I don't need to worry about the bottom that much, but the top does need some love. I have not a lot of space with all this shit here. Oops. So I should probably move this to one side. my old GT 630 had an Intel stock cooler taped to it because it had passive cooling, and somehow the heat sinks didn't interfere with each other. It helped with thermal somehow. Yeah, somehow. Not sure I would trust it, but hey, when you're strapped for cash or you're just trying to make that part stretch for as long as possible, you gotta love the hand that you're dealt with. Gotta make sure I'm not knocking around any screws, goddammit. I am knocking around screws. Thankfully, they're all the same size, so I shouldn't have to worry too much. God, I can't believe this music came from the Death Crimson album of all things. Do you like the fact that you're a Linux YouTuber now? Define like. It's nice to have a viewership, but I don't know if I want to say I'm a Linux YouTuber as much as I'm like a Tails tuber who happens to use Linux. That's my personal definition of myself. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, I suppose. But, like, the reception I've gotten from that, you know, from the Linux video has still been very nice. So I do have plans to cover more Linux-related stuff in the future, but that's not going to be all I'm doing. I want it to maybe be supplemental to, like, the general gaming content I'm doing. So... Fun times. That PC's full specs were Intel Q8300, that thermal throttled, 8 gigabytes of DDR3, that eventually blew up and died and killed the mother. Oh, whoa, back up. The fucking RAM killed that system? What? What kind of bullshit is that? And it ran Dota 2 bots at 15 frames per second. Fun times. This must... I hope that was when that system was new, because... the red comes. That is so. That's sad. Like, I'm sorry, but that's also hilarious. I don't mean to laugh at the, you know, at your expense, but wow, that's sad. Huh. Kinda wish I could see it now, but I think maybe with this new generation of DDR5 we'll eventually see exploding RAM sticks again. Probably not, but a man could dream. Alright, that's the plate taken care of. At least dusted up pretty decently. Board itself doesn't really need it, so that's a good thing. Was 7 years old. About now is a big time where Windows users are getting annoyed and are considering moving over. Personally, I've been using Linux systems primarily since about 2011. Yeah. I think what it is that with every version of Windows, so I think many people at this point are familiar with the Windows cycle. You know, good version, bad version. Um, but with every version, there seems to be more and more of like a kind of protest switch to Linux, which normally, it happens. You kind of shrug it off because it's people are going to be taking every opportunity they can to market their operating system. Which I have no doubt that's what part of them are doing, but you know, they want to they want to spread the good word about their system. I don't necessarily have anything wrong with that idea. It's not a bad thing in concept. It's just that, be kind about it. Good thing about this is that the extra foam gives a lot of good padding. The padding helps to fill out any of the gaps that were there, stock. Get that screwdriver. Organize. Look in user bin. Point taken. User/bin gets filled pretty quickly. It's the so throw that in there. Throw the board in, then throw the plate on top. Okay. Should do it crisscross applesauce. So corner, then start going towards the center. Occasionally I put stuff in, is that user? /bin, good patch practice. I probably have some dumb stuff like having home in path. Oh no. Might have done a small oopsie. I think I forgot one. Ah, there we go. That's better. Have to make sure that this spot was clicked in place with the Mac Windows switch. My path is probably massive. It probably fills my entire terminal screen. I hope that's not like a... I can't imagine that, because I try not to mess with adding extra unnecessary shit to path or whatever. But, you do you, I guess. Yep. I should probably just nuke my system because my poor choices. I mean, usually I'd say with Linux you don't need to do that, but I think in your case, your system might be beyond a casual cleaning at this point. It needs to be disinfected at its core. Could probably organize it, but it'd take too long. What if your boot drive takes a dump? Good points. Wait. I'd be happy because I have an excuse to change it. It's currently a 120 gigabyte NVMe. Ah, I see. My current boot drive, for reference, is a half a gig NVMe. WD Black SN9... fuck. What is it? I forget the number, but it has an SE at the end, which basically means it doesn't have a DRAM cache. I bought it because I was stupid. I thought the SE meant it would have been a better drive than the normal edition, which has a cache. It wasn't. I was duped. And at that point, it was kind of too late to return it, so... But all things considered, the drive itself is actually running pretty good. So, you know, it's powering the stream somehow. So... Can't fit things into small holes. It is also like 10 o'clock at night, and I'm probably losing my mind. One more hole, one more screw for good measure. Now this thing's nice and hot. Okay, so this is the part where I would, if I was doing this normally, I would put back the original switches. But I'm not going to do that. Because finally I get to open up this handy little package, which means I can actually use my box cutter. Slit every trip. That's a nice jar. So I went a little bit crazy. I got myself Kale Jades and Box Navies. So Box Jades, Box Navies. I didn't think it would come in a jar, but here it is. So the thing with box switches, with Kale box switches of these colors, they are... I'm probably... It's not going to come through the noise canceling mic, but it is very clicky. And this is about as clicky as I'd have imagined it. Everything I wanted. Thankfully, it's in a good condition, so I can just start throwing this in. Thankfully, the process of putting switches in is much easier than the process of taking them out. And I just realized I'm not putting uniformly box jades. So for the side buttons, you know, the shift, enter, control, etc. That's where... God, this smells. I'm using box navies, which are essentially jades, but with a heavier force required. A little bit. Yeah, it feels a bit thunkier. And that's what's going into these corner switches, in these corner keys. That feels good, though. Handy little switch jar. Guess so. Optane SSDs look amazing, but are discontinued. They are moving to a new lineup and past gen is on fire sale. Good. Right around the time that I don't have money. Broke as shit, ex-college student here. So thankfully it's just a process of popping these things in. Jade or Box Navy for the spacebar? This is what I'm gonna have to try a little bit of experimentation on. Navy for now. So I'm dropping these price. These aren't priceless. They're pretty. I mean, each individual Switch was pretty cheap, and I got these directly from China, so they're even cheaper than ever. I like the funky click they have, though. Very satisfying. I sometimes dream about having 1 terabyte of RAM and using it as a RAM disk while never turning off my PC. I think that's the dream for a lot of people. Will that happen? I mean, I think there was a Linus video about them using Google Drive as a RAM disk. Why would you want to do that? I don't know. But they did it. For as, you know, much flack as I kind of give Linus sometimes for how he portrays things, that was the kind of experiment that I would have been all in on trying out, just to see how dumb and impractical it is. And it was very dumb and very impractical. Want to have... Should probably focus on just getting the function row. That video was amazing. Block device. It. Clip every trip. Oops. Dude stores programs in the 512 bits of ping data. Treating public internet infrastructure as storage. I mean, Google clearly has a lot to store if they're, also keeping all that user data that they're siphoning off people. I mean, that's kind of the price you pay for offering a service like that. That's my thought, anyways. Okay, so I'm gonna put these 3 up here. Makes way more sense. Oop. Yep. Come on out. Oop. Klonoa music really is a good vibe to have. So glad those games have gotten re-releases. Though I haven't checked them, which I might want to do considering that the whole point of the thing I'm covering next is about Bandai Namco not paying enough attention to their ports. So maybe I should check to see how the Klonoa re-releases have gone. Just to be sure. By the way, do you have a Discord server? No, not. So I've considered opening up a Discord server. I just didn't know like when was a good time to do that. Because of course I have a lot of subscribers. I don't know how many of them would be like interested in that sort of thing. I might do that eventually. I'm not sure if I'm going to publicize it all that much, but eventually I think I will have one and probably post it in some of these streams. Just for those who are interested. But I also have to be careful because there are some jackasses on Discord as well who take that opportunity to be, well, jackasses. And once I'm done with all this, I can check those caps, which is what's in the box. Which I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling it might look pretty good with the black board and base on white LEDs. Guess we won't know until it lights up. A friend of mine was crazy enough to lube all of his switches. Yeah, thank God I'm not using linears. Because, you know what? It would, I imagine, be pretty relaxing to do that. But also, that's... you know, I assume most of those people are probably using, like, reduced size keyboards. Not a full, like, thing with the number pad. I hope not, because that's 104, I believe, keys that you're dealing with, which, I wouldn't want to do that. But I mean, hey, if I had, like, someone else to co-commentate with, I'm sure it would actually, you know, be a good, a good excuse to, you know, shoot the shit for, like, 2 or 3 hours. Even though I've been at this for about 2 hours now at this point. Two and a half, yeah. Oops. Well, Switch is trying to get away after I paid. Nah, actually, not that much money for these. Too bad that when I initially was buying this set, I bought them being sent to the fucking wrong location. Because when I bought these from AliExpress, I had my shipping address set by default to my old address, which is in Jersey. Of course, since we moved to Pennsylvania, I need to change that. I didn't change that, and I didn't realize that until after the order was made, and I was like, shit. So I had to rush cancel them and reorder the fucking things. That was a mistake because I did everything through PayPal, and they wouldn't, like... I tried to dispute the original misplaced order, which didn't go well, and now I'm currently, like, negative some odd dollars. You know, 65 for the set. So I'm still waiting on delayed refunds for those. I don't know how that's going to go. But that's fun. I just recently had to lube and clip 90 keys. Can confirm it's relaxing, but takes forever. Yeah. Sounds about right. If I was any more of, like, a sociable individual, I'm sure I could make that work, but I'm already kind of having trouble doing that in this stream alone, where it's just cleaning the keyboard and changing the switches and caps. Couldn't imagine how it would be if I was actually going through and meticulously lubing the switches and the stabs. It's a good thing those stabs were pre-lubed, because otherwise... Ugh. should have enough. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 13. So I'm just a little bit shy on usable switches for the numpad. So I think for that, I would just retrofit back some of the red switches just because consistency. Do. Good slow jazz. I enjoy that stuff. Slow jazz, the hard rock. Oh yeah, I'm all on this. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. And then I'll just use Jades as stand-ins for the rest of these, I think. Because I need to use them somehow. Not no, but... It. Duke and Boop. This is the perfect kind of consistency. As in, it's not consistent in the slightest. I don't care. It does feel nice. What desktop environment do you use? KDE Plasma 5.26.5. Something like that. But yeah, Plasma. I've used KDE for the most part in pretty much all of my Linux setups. I sometimes switch between Plasma and XFCE, but I've been really leaning towards Plasma. They've been doing amazing work. So, that's what I go for. Yeah! Just have to stick the leftovers here for now. I go for anything but GNOME. Gnome. I hear good things about GNOME, but it's not for me. I just kind of accepted that it's not really my thing. And not to diss on the developers or anything, but they kind of seem a little bit standoffish sometimes. Which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, it's just the metaphor, the desktop metaphor they're going for is not quite for me. In GNOME's case, it's very, like, mobile-oriented. Which is, you know, all fine and dandy if that's what you're going for. It's not my thing, though. Ironic, because my desktop layout is trying to copy macOS in a way. Because, I don't know, my Hackintosh roots are coming back to bite me. I've always been GNOME, then the Steam Deck got me hooked on KDE since I thought it was always the high-resource one. KDE is actually lighter weight in some ways than XFCE, which was surprising to me, because I too thought that KDE was very resource-intensive. It's actually pretty resourceful. But, you know, that's also assuming you're not using, like, crazy effects, which it can certainly scale. But KDE is a very well scalable desktop environment, so I can appreciate that. That's why I use it. Got those switches out of here, and now for the piece de resistance. Why is chat disconnected? Oh no! Why is chat? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, desktop layout has a global menu. So I have the global menu at the top of my system as well. Alright. Don't know what happened there, we're just gonna go with it. Because it still says it's online, so. macOS got the global menu right. Probably because it had it from the start. I still don't enjoy using macOS, but I just realized it's not for me. I'm not an Apple ecosystem kind of guy. So... right. It's like they glued this shut. Oof. Jeez. Rolled up in a spectacular fashion. Wow. I did not need to be reminded of this. I did not need to be reminded of this. Yes, I just tossed that overhead. I don't care. Doing a lot of distro hopping, trying to get my AMD GPU working on folding at home with no luck. Ended up on OpenSUSE Tumbleweed since I really like the way it uses BTRFS and the support is great. That's fair. I tried OpenSUSE for a server. I really don't have much of an opinion on it. Like, it's not bad. I don't think it was my cup of tea necessarily, but yeah. Ever tried the original global menu DE? Unity. I used old Ubuntu once. I never used it for very long. Yeah, stock keycap pullers are so bad. Now, at least Keychron got it right by giving you, like, a decent one. I kind of wish it was, like, a combination keycap and switch puller, but it's two separate bets, so... anyway, so I think this is, like, in a shrink wrap. That's probably what they're doing. Very bizarre. This is where scissors helps again. Thanks. Don't make me use the box cutters. I'm probably the only one who uses Arch for servers. I think you are, because I certainly wouldn't. Although mine isn't actually a Linux server, I use a TrueNAS system. Oops. These kinda don't want to come out, which is great. Gotta, like, negotiate it through. In the words of Miss Maxwell, how unfortunate. So this is what budget packaging is like, huh? Yeah. So these are a clone set of keycaps. PBT double shot, which they definitely look the part. Legends, as far as I could tell, they look fine. It's going for like it's probably hard to tell, but it is going for a bit of a muted blue aesthetic, which I really enjoy this kind of look. So, all right, get on with this. Yeah, these do feel pretty nice and thick. These are some nice, thick caps. I can appreciate. This is the left cap. I think this is the left shell. Gonna hope. It's gonna be like trying to find a needle in a haystack to find where each keycap goes. Yes, unfortunately. Thankfully, the box actually has the diagram for the key legend, so I just have to follow this and it should be fine. That's actually a very helpful detail from Keychron. Thank you. Save the spacebar for last. That's the cherry on top. I should make a distro that has the bare minimum to get Docker and internet running without any out. Gentoo? Yeah, it kind of does sound like Gentoo, doesn't it? Although, I hazard to call Gentoo minimalistic. It really isn't. Function is this one. Left. Ah. This one has a different palette than I'm used to. That somehow ripped the switch off. Alright. Gotcha. That's a very tight cap. I think that's a red switch, is it? I can't believe I missed one. You idiot. Call yourself a YouTuber? That's actually really smart of them. It is. Very. Maybe. I was thinking of just compiling the kernel, compiling bash, compiling Docker, and making a bad init system that configures a network interface starts bash. Gentoo might be overkill. See, that's why I don't really like using Gentoo. I don't even want to consider Gentoo. Okay, so this has the Mac layout, but the way I have it, this is Windows, this is Alt, or this is the equivalent of Alt. And I shouldn't say Windows, as I guess would be super key. That's the long boy shift. Yep. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I can already tell I'm gonna like this. One control. So there's two window switches. This is a num lock, but this also is technically clear. Same thing. The legends are remarkably clearer than I expected them to be, especially for clone caps. My Arch is role-playing as Gentoo. I compile most of the open source packages, including Linux itself, with some compiler flags that makes it optimize. And O3, obviously, because who cares about safety? I've heard that isn't O3 actually kind of diminishing returns in terms of compiler optimizations? I think I remember reading the Phoronix article about that. Plus minus. I can barely tell that this is supposed to be the quote and semicolon. Or not semicolon. Apostrophe. I can barely tell that. Jesus. Okay, that's a bit of unclear legend. Inserts there. Home. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Print screen. This doesn't have a native print screen, so just use that. B. Man, this is the least interesting part because it's just putting together a small puzzle at this point. I realize at this point I should probably put the front plate back on. Probably do that before anything else. God. Snaps in just as hard as trying to get the damn thing out. No bulge there. Ah, that's a mistake. Rookie mistake. There you go. Nice and clamped down. Alright. Back to where we were. Ah, that is not an arrow. That is a dash of a sort. Not the Rockman variety. What keyboard base is that? Again with that. Keychron C2. It's a pre-built, so, you know, it's everything. Unfortunately, they decided to make this assembled with plastic tabs for the base and the top, which I'm not a fan of. A pause key, which doesn't get used. Delete. Second control. Tab. Hilde. I'm considering keeping the orange the same. I'm sure how that looks. I have to experiment that a little bit. Oh, nice. It has media keys. Ah, that's the one for the numpad. I'm a fucking idiot. Congratulations. That's the real 5 key. X, Z, or Z. I don't know which one it is. We're Americans, so I'm American, so I say it wrong. I say everything wrong, naturally. E, M, C for combo. It is kind of painful. My fingers aren't gonna forgive me for the past, like the first hour or so I was working on this thing. That was painful. I never want to experience that again. I might have to at some point. I don't know. L goes over L. It's like I should know my FPS buttons. My brother had an uptime of over a year once, and he didn't update for God knows how long. Over a year, probably. Can't update the kernel if he doesn't know how to type sudo pacman. Granted. Okay. Granted. Pacman syntax, not friendly whatsoever. I understand why but I still don't like it that much. That's why I gave Sysget a bit of props, because Sysget, while it is pretty rudimentary, it allows you to use Ubuntu or apt-get syntax for every distro, which I like. Now, I don't use it all that much because I did, unfortunately, get used to Pac-Man, but, you know, for those who haven't yet, or just prefer the apt-get syntax, Sysget is a good application for that. It's all fun and games until you decide to replace and or mod the key. Yep. Now that it's coming together, I really like the way that this kind of blends with the black. It looks really nice, actually. But I won't know until it's, like, illuminated. Okay, so I see the apostrophe and quote and the I keys. These are not printed the best. Which, again, I kind of expect for clone keycaps. But the rest of it's surprisingly still readable. Oh, that's minus. That got confusing. D... U... Number 4. Number 2. See, I was smart, I would probably make a KND reference, but I don't think nearly fast enough for that. So they give you an Apple key. Just probably won't be able to read it, but Apple. That's an apple. Yeah, so that's the one downside, is that these caps do not retain the media functions. But I don't use the media functions that much anyways. I might be good with that. And mostly it's just the F2 and other auxiliary keys. Eight and O. F3, F10. Scroll lock. Again, that's not a key that's on this particular board. That multiply and divide. All right. Do alts. That's what that was. So that's a good question. So I probably will have to keep the illumination button. which means I'm probably going to keep the Keychron Escape. Which leaves 2 Windows keys because they don't give option for Mac keys, except that they have an Apple key, which I don't understand. It's a clone board. Can't really be too upset by it. Would prefer if they had Linux options, but I don't think you can find that very often, so... I mean, it is a mute button, so I could just make that the Apple if I really wanted to. Looks really awkward, but... And then the cherry on top. I'm gonna be flipping my spacebar. If I can get this on. Ah, that's nice. Stopped using Chromium ages ago. Yes. Ever since the Firefox Quantum update happened, I never looked back. Quantum, not to be confused with Quantum TV. But yeah, the Firefox Quantum update is pretty much the point that I switched to Firefox and never looked back. I flipped my super key, or my function key, I mean. Right. Functions in all caps, which is bizarre. And this isn't gonna look right, but I don't have an equivalent key for this. Because otherwise I have pause and scroll lock. We'll just have an Apple. That's fine. So the usual cable that I use for this keyboard is like off screen. But handily, I happen to have a free USB-C cable that's like right here. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, I didn't mean Quantum.tv. I meant the YouTuber Quantum TV. I'm sorry if you got confused by that. I actually... the TV that I have, which is like way off screen, but I do have a TV in this room. It's a Quantum Dot. Pretty decent, but it's also a fairly budget TV. It's a Hisense H8G. But, yeah, when I was talking about Quantum, I didn't mean Quantum.tvs. I meant the person called Quantum TV. It does! It does make it look like a toy. It does. It really does. Right. So just to make sure I didn't ruin anything. Ooh. K is no bueno. This might be the one that snapped in at a weird angle. Fuck. I have spares. We got a mulligan, but can we save it? There you go. Fixed it. 1080p anime is the best, though. Hmm. Ah. 8 is also not being happy. Thank God I got extra switches. So I'm making sure to test this now to make sure. Man, your village had fiber? The fuck? Where'd it go then? Now 8 keys working. Right. Now, I don't know how to test the function keys, so I'm just gonna hope that it works. The issue is old people thinking fiber and 5G. So what you're telling me is that they're the shitting goddamn conspiracy theorists who think that the fiber and the 5G is going to... Is 5G gonna, like, rot their brain or something? Is that what it is? Because that's crazy if that's the case. It would rather die than... They need more fiber in their diet, yeah. Looks like everything else works. That's a good sign. This is very loud. This board is indeed very loud. Which the noise-canceling microphone isn't going to handle that, but it's very thocky. I like how it sounds. I'm almost disappointed that, the keys aren't loud enough to break through the noise gate. Alright. But of course we can't just do a normal typing test with this. Oh no, that is not how I work here. I don't work at all, but... Yeah, we need to do something a little bit more special. Test the efficiency of this. So that done. I think what I'm going to do now, I might have to toss these. I'm not sure. I don't know what's with Eastern Europe and the Balkans with gaming. I don't know what's up with the rest of the world, frankly. So I think I'm going to clean up the excess here. We're just gonna go on a small break, but I'll clean up the excess, and then when we come back, we're going to shift to some kind of gameplay, because we need to be able to test these keys out to make sure that they're up to the test. So we'll just go to away for a little. If you don't play Dota 2, CS 1.6, CSGO, World of Warcraft, or League of Legends here, you don't exist. Social status is assigned by ranking in competitive games. What? Well, I guess I must be subterranean then, because I definitely don't play any of that. Maybe for the best. I think extra keys are just going to lose space here. Lock. My friend that has 12,000 hours in Dota 2 and is the highest rank and is considered a god, people legit act differently when he enters the room, while in some other countries he would be considered a nerd. That's a very weird way of society that you've got over there, Mihal. I'm not sure if I should be envious or that's not enough nerds here. We're in an epidemic. Some would say we never left the epidemic. It's just been with us all along. Hmm. Keep us warm inside. I guess becoming a pro gamer is considered the peak of humanity. That's pretty sad if gaming. Well, some people do take games way too fucking seriously sometimes, so I honestly am led to believe that to actually be the way of life sometimes. And now we're just gonna be, yeah. Mic's a little bit too hot right now. Gotta disconnect it real quick. Testing 1, 2. Okay. Fuck. I've seen literal fights break out because someone was playing badly. What the fuck is any of this? Uh, One of my friends is banned from 4net cafes because of fights. Oof. People do need to relax a little. Yes, they do. Because that's not normal. That shouldn't be normal. But this is also the planet Earth that we're living on, and as far as I can tell, our definition of normal is fucked. So, somehow it doesn't surprise me that parts of the world are indeed just beyond help, it feels like. I love how YouTube is recommending me to watch my own stream. I don't know if I should be terrified of that or not. You should watch this. Oh no. Also, what the fuck? They're breaking monitors? Are you sure this isn't like... I don't even know how to describe it. That's not conscious human thought right there. That's just people being jackasses. Bring your own peripherals indeed. I love how the... Yeah, that's because I did a stupid. Great. Alright, so let me see if I can do this relatively easily. It's a fucking stream. Of course something's gonna end up going wrong. It's called Dota 2 when some support comes in and presses one button and deletes you from existence a couple of times in a row. Sometimes a switch flips in your brain. Oh. And that's why you shouldn't play Dota, I guess. Usually I'm that support though. Oh, so it's your fault then. Well, no fucking wonder. I should probably do a smooth fade for this. So... what I'm going to be doing next is a keyboard test. Now, you would think, under normal circumstances, that, I should be using, like, a normal average Web 2.0-ass, like keyboard tester. A typing test type of thing. That's where you're fucking wrong. Because I have an even better alternative for that. And I need to play this tactfully because... this is window capture. That's not going to be helpful. So I'm just going to add screen capture. Just the screen, may as fucking well. I don't believe any game should lead you to destroying someone's property. Nick, you actually just missed the lack of excitement that was. I actually did finally pull the keyboard apart. It was much harder than it needed to be. I managed to clean it out, and I replaced the switches and caps with clone keycaps and the clackiest switches I could find. So that's fun. And right now, we're about to test this mofo out. Now... This is probably going to be a bit loud, so I'm just going to turn it down preemptively. Oh, look, you can see my desktop. Oh, wow. Was it worth it? I guess we're about to find out shortly. So, I decided that the best way to test out a keyboard is, of course, using some kind of typing test. And, what better typing test than the Dreamcast? I forgot what the hotkey is that I have set for keyboard mode. I was making sure it is actually coming through. Game focus is F12. Nice. RetroArch, yeah. Only the classiest of classy retro video games that has ever graced us. It is the ever lovable Typing of the Dead.
The typing of the dead.
Because of course you would. If you ever get a keyboard, you need to try to kill some zombies with it. Cause why the fuck wouldn't you? Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people who actually own this game would probably understand, but if not, then I will at least try to guide you through it in as sloppily a way as possible. Need to try it right now. Oh, well, we're trying it. It's working.
We're meeting G over there.
I'm pretty sure the volume's like way too fucking quiet at this point. Which unfortunately I can't tell. Okay, it seems to be fine-ish.
Please be safe, G.
Need to actually pause on this for a second because I really should update the game to not be Tales of Zestiria. If I can change it, that is. I should be able to. I don't think it's You see, this is why that you would check things in advance, but of course I don't do that because I'm a Seong. Of course, I am legally obliged to do things in the worst way possible. That is, learning as I go. Edit details. No more. That's much better. It's 5 a.m. right now! What are you doing up at 5 a.m.? This is not worth staying up all night for. Do they even have a category for this game? I mean, it's under gaming, and I did just change it, so it is there. I don't know what it's under. Maybe edutainment?
Anyone do this?
And that's what happens when you don't have game focus on. 5 a.m. is prime gaming time. Yes!
I tried. Don't underestimate the enemy. James, take this.
It is sad to say that I do understand staying up to unreasonable hours playing video games.
I don't want to die.
I'm just waiting for one of my friends to wake up and restart his server if he reads this message.
Go away! Please, help him! No! Help me!
I'm watching you fail massively at taking a keyboard apart and then play an obscure game to an underselling console from years ago. Yes, that is indeed my vibe, because fuck reasonability. Also, this game being obscure, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I mean, yes, the Dreamcast was underselling, but I have actually been to, at my old high school. Like, there were people when I brought the Dreamcast over who were excited to play Typing Up the Dead. And, like, these were normal, relatively normal people. So, you know, most of the people that I associate with, or associated with at the time, were familiar enough with this game to recognize it, so... Imagine Typing Up the Dead being popular becomes an esport. I wish. I can see that happen if this gets re-released on PC. Funny that...
Thank you. Please take this.
So funny that House of the... Typing of the Dead, rather, did actually get a re-release. Or was released on the PC, but that was like in the year 2000, and it's a really bad port. Or an average port, anyways. If any of you are familiar with Lazy Game Reviews, he did a review of the PC version of this game. This is just a Dreamcast version. And on Steam, you can also get, currently available, is the Typing Up the Dead Overkill, which is essentially a keyboard-powered version of the House of the Dead Overkill. And that one is a special kind of weird because they even had like downloadable dictionaries that you could get, so you could change the words that would be in a playthrough. It also just comes with the original like gun game as well, so it's actually a really good deal. There is competitive typing. Yes, this does have a 2-player mode. Gotta install a new dictionary. Oh yeah, by the way, in the arcade version, I think, honestly, playing the Typing of the Dead is probably my favorite way of playing House of the Dead 2. Because in the light gun version, this motherfucker's just... this motherfucker's so hard to hit on the light gun version. But he's piss easy on the typing version. Also, of course, they're rocking their battery-powered Dreamcasts. Because that's the style of the time.
1998 carrying case.
That case?
James, go and prevent confusion in the city.
Okay.
Let's meet at Sunset Bridge. We're counting on you, James.
No more fooling around.
I love how they're running around the keyboards and they think that they're fooling around. They take this so seriously. It's a delicious kind of cheese that I fucking love from this era of Sega. It is so good. Also enough spaces to fit my name. That's good. The Steam Deck before the Steam Deck. Yeah, it's to strap batteries to our fucking consoles.
Dogs of the AMS. Time they made a move.
I don't know, man. The Dreamcast... I don't know what you're talking about. The Dreamcast was the first supercomputer behind the PS3.
Need to hurry.
Because, you know, they be doing some hardcore calculations on those
Thank you for
Dreamcasts.
rescuing me.
I mean, how else does it power the ability to kill zombies? Balls. It is probably also worth saying that I am actually a half-decent typer. I think I have about 90 words per minute, as I'm about to almost die from that. Or at least get a hit. Okay, so... I am not used to... flying coasters. Yeah, I'm not used to the strength that these switches take.
Help me! Help me! Thank you for rescuing me.
But it feels pretty good.
No!
Nice clack.
What?
Also, I don't know how that happened. Also, he can't shoot this guy for some reason. You know he can on the light gun version. And that's why I don't like House of the Dead. Those goddamn gotchas. Aloha. Clement here.
My dad's still inside.
Don't worry.
The original
I'll get them
keyboard
out.
warriors. Do capital letters need to be typed as capital? They do not. It's if you want to go for it, but it is not required at all. And thank God. Because getting to the magician... Oh, and he died. Getting to the magician in this version, if you had to do fucking capitalization, would fucking suck. I don't even know if I'm gonna get that far in this version, but... Or in this playthrough. But hey, that would be fun in massive air quotes. I also missed a banana, I think. Slowly crawling down the steps.
Help!
Girl, if you wanted to get help, you could have just opened the door. It was already open. What are you doing?
The bridge has been destroyed.
Oh no. Ah. For do you need to press 1 or you do? There's just you wake up. I'm probably gonna stop streaming in like I think about a half hour, I think, because I've been going for like 3 hours at this point. For exclamation point, you need to press 1 or shift plus 1. You do actually need to press exclamation point. So you do need to do shift plus 1. Go for it, don't know! I do not have the attention span for that. I am sorry to disappoint. James!
Amy, Harry, the chaos of this city is increasing.
Well, it's about that.
No, it's about that. It seems like Goldmon.
Wait.
Generic
we'll talk
scream.
later.
You know, for people who are trying to run away from zombies, they're going at a very leisurely pace there. They're taking it very casually. Imagine trying to play this in 2-player. I would not imagine trying to do this through Parsec. I don't even think you could use 2 keyboards in Parsec anyways, right? I don't think you can. Or at least I don't know if RetroArch supports 2 keyboards, so you would have to do it on an actual Dreamcast. Which for... just as a legal disclaimer, I actually do have a Dreamcast and have a physical copy of this game, so this is legal. But I only have 1 keyboard, and it is... I only have 1 Dreamcast keyboard, and it's not working, unfortunately. The membrane is completely unresponsive. And there are Dreamcast keyboard adapters you can get, but unfortunately, they're very fucking rare. Yeah, it just emulates the hosts. So, yeah. Don't try it, basically. That's the moral of the story. Oh, so this is infinitely easier than the light gun version. Like, it is sad how much easier it is to do this on a keyboard versus actually trying to aim that. Oh, I think he goes at the same speed, ironically enough.
Who it is, no one's gonna get away with this.
Good luck saving the world from zombies using your keyboard warrior skills. Thank you. I hope you have sweet dreams, Nick. I'm sure some diehard fan will try it eventually. Maybe. I would like to know who they are, and I would like to stay at least 3 miles away from them. Yeah, talk to you later, Nick. If ever. And thanks for supporting the channel.
Hasn't it? My friends from the AMS. It's me, Goldman. Well, the 1998 Curing case. Guess who's behind it? It was Goldman. He's the head one of the most eminent financial group.
We'll be lurking in the shadows. Oh no.
We have to stop him. James, back me up. Okay.
Okay. I love the way... I love the way that James is so forlorn in every bit of dialogue he speaks. Also, fuck that particular kicker zombie.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
I'm hanging on.
God. Mm. Well, that guy's dead. Yo, cheesy dialogue is amazing. If I could actually focus for 5 seconds. Yeah, a lot of Sega arcade dialogue is amazing.
Yes, this is
Um,
yes. It seems that
But
Goldman
there's,
left a message for us.
What? From Goldman?
so there is actually a contender, I would say, for pokiest arcade dialogue. If you have ever played the arcade version of Ninja Assault, which is another light gun shooter in the same vein as House of the Dead, just with ninjas instead of zombies. The arcade version specifically has the worst Englishy dialogue I have ever heard, and it's adorable. And the saddest part is the PS2 port changed it. PS2 port fucking changed the dialogue. Now it's competent. It ruins it.
Let's hurry.
But yeah, it is a good game, despite the hokey dialogue. Like, I think at this point the hokiness is just another sign of quality. As weird as it is. I'm sure some modern gamers might not appreciate it as much, but that's why I don't play modern gaming. Oh, Youngblood. That's a terrible game. Jeez.
James, you go from the underground passage. We'll go this way.
We'll go this way. Okay.
I'll call you when something happens.
I'll call you something happens. Oh, something's definitely happening. Ah, that was fast.
Help! My friends are inside. Help!
Again, these guys aren't... At least that guy's an old man. It would make sense why he's not making an effort to run away. I also love how he says, "What is it?" Looking at the... Looking at these snakes. It's like, what is it? I don't know what this is. To be fair. This is the weird part of the game. The trivia. What? Jin Rumi? What? The cheesy dialogue reminds me of the old age of games and devs just slap something together, just focus on gameplay. Yes. That is exactly what it is. They just needed something to fill in the dead air. I don't know how I got that one right.
I'll get you.
Oh, right, this part's different for some reason. It's water in the typing version, but in the Dreamcast, this is sand, I believe. Yeah. Oh, that one's a dick move. Alright, first continue. It's not as good as the one she see. And I'm just missing keys. It is also like 11:42. In fairness to me. version exclusive levels before they were popular. Yeah, kind of. Although I think it's just they wanted to make sense how you can hit the thing at any point, because in the light gun version, the whole point is that he's hiding in the sand and you need to hit them when they jump out. I guess. Maybe. It is legit hard because this is where they really start getting tight with the timings. But unfortunately, that's nothing exclusive to this version. That's just House of the Dead in general. There's so many gotcha moments in the game
Everything
that are
is
like
set.
nearly impossible
All
to
we
do
need to
unless
do
you're
is
anticipating it already. So this is just how they design it. It's
What
very
happened to Amy and
sadistic
Harry?
sometimes.
Have to hurry.
Yeah. They added water for realism in the game where you try to where you type to shoot a gun. Yeah, pretty much. You know, realism. What the fuck is that in video games? I missed a health. Unlike casinos. What is it, Konami? Nice. For some of the attacks, you needed 200 words per minute. Yeah. Also, did I actually get that? The fuck? Also, it's funny how you're supposed to be sliding down there, but you just managed to hold on for long enough for that zombie to kick you in the balls or in the face. And yeah, he's already dead. What the fuck was the point of that?
Help me! Help me! Thank you for rescuing me.
Of course that guy is just a mulligan. Great. Oh god, I got one of the costume pickups! Ah, yes! Hey you, Pikachu! No.
Is this the Coliseum?
I mean, it looks like it. Fuck! Mr. J. Roll! Yeah, now they're just getting stupid with the phrases. Thank you for rescuing me. Walks away slowly.
People of the AMS, I am Goldman. I don't care if you people try to get in my way or not.
Don't care if you try to get in my way or not. Yes.
This is a present.
This is a present from me to you.
Look at your left.
Wow, I hate it.
Amy! Harry!
Well, friends, I look forward to meeting you people
Meeting
again.
you people again. Hey, by the way, we're an old man now. Ah, yes, this time it's story time. got a hockey team together, but their first team got cut off. This is the real typing time. Oh, how caring. Ah, it's a period. Congrats to the zombies for getting their hockey team together. Wow, it must have taken a lot of work.
Amy, Harry, are you all right?
I'm surprised they were even capable of organized sports.
James. The car's parked in the city square. The top floor. Building at point A, 0063. He's there.
I love how Harry
James.
only looks mildly inconvenienced, and yet it's treated like he's
I'm
dying.
not gonna let you get away with this.
Like, okay. Hey, that's first, probably by a slim margin.
Our Emperor shall awaken soon. Hurry, friends.
Friends. Friends.
Point A,
Imagine having friends.
0063 is just ahead.
That's a mean thing to say. Priorities. No, I have not. Go away. Why would you do that? Living really far down south, I guess. Oh, Cool Cat, is that you? Yeah, this is a part where they really want you to take note of the order in which they come out, so you have to prioritize them. Womp womp. Also, fuck those.
This must be the car.
Hey, it's the car. You're damn right, Knuckles. I'm afraid of my life. Florida moment.
Let's hurry.
Pretty much. That's exactly how it would go. Oh, and now it's time for the boss retreads. Because it's an arcade game, we have to have these. Nope. I don't even have comments to these. I should have one. What, a smelly demon? What, a fucking smelly demon gremlin thing? Is that what every home should have? Because I don't think they should. Ah, yeah, it just gets really fucking fast. God damn it. And somehow I'm still managing. Oof.
Remember, there's no such thing as a second chance.
Life advice with James, guys. And remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch. By the way, zombies can drive, I guess. Second boss rush. A small loan of $1 million, I hope. You're The sentence choices feel like odd cries of help from the developers. You know what? It might have been. Ow. Is this Dark Souls? No. Because I would honestly say Dark Souls is still fairer than this. Sometimes. Oof. Oh, I just realized that's one hell of an abridged boss.
You're better off that way.
That's fair. Oh, just come out already! Jeez! Also, why did we stop in the first place just to look at some vans? What's the point?
Let's go.
Break it down.
Prepare yourself, Goldman.
I like how it looked like he was cocking the fucking keyboard. Why do people marry? Average developer. A Japanese developer question?
So this is
Yep.
Goldman's headquarters. What?
What? Oh no, fire. Also, those glass shards should have impaled our fucking eyes. But I guess not.
Waiting for this time to come.
Oh no.
You have no future.
This motherfucker.
Either I give you, or the Emperor will. Either way, your fate is in our hands.
This cheating bastard. But it has the best team. Gotta do perfect runs. Oh. Fuck you. What? This developer here. Now there's a cry from a developer. That didn't even look like it was getting closer. They don't... It's almost like literally all I see are words, but not the distance to hitting my face. Grr. Wow, it's almost like I suck at video games. Oh, the prompts have been intentional! Yes! They are. They have to be. I don't know how they could be. I don't know how any of these could be, like, coincidental. There you go. Well, I took 2 credits. Wow, that was explosive.
Only man himself can control its fate. You're nothing.
Don't even remember if that bastard actually comes back in later games. How's that still first place? I don't understand. Some of these prompts have to have been intentional, lol. Either that or the emulator is really going through it right now. You know, RetroArch has had some, issues.
At last, you've come. Friends.
So it wouldn't
The door
surprise me
of
if it
fate
was
shall
interjecting.
open.
Also, I love the Door of Fate, and that's just such a shitty creak.
It's like they're inviting me in.
It's like they're inviting me in. Wow. Yak attack. Rest burns. Yes or no? No. And I can't type. These clickies are definitely giving my fingers a bit of a workout. But it also is because I'm not used to it because I'm going from linears to clickies. And some pretty hockey clickies too. I don't know how I made that. I'm not going to question it. Yeah, now they're just giving us proverbs. Wow! Not even one. Suck at video games. That's great. That guy's got lasers for hands. I love it. A fabulous banjo band. Oh, so like Yukari from Toho 7.5, who, I swear to God, got a banjo band just to troll everyone. Oh, and suddenly this. Orphan goats do not have fingers, thank you very much. Dracula? No, what? Tongue twisters. Just can't fly far. I guess a penguin can't even fly, so, Great. Oh, and abruptly, it's just dead now. Alright. Can't wait for the game theory ups on this game. Game theory. Is Typing of the Dead just a fucking... a sanity... an insanity test? Or just some Sega developers' manic ramblings, which is just me on a Friday night. Ugh. Nobody had a wooden sword, so that's just Lloyd Irving, who just has wooden swords. Oh, and the music just stops. That's great. I love that.
I've been waiting for you.
The Typing of the Dead
friends.
incident.
Goldman, do you know what you're doing?
I love how that's the
I'm
only
fully
scream in the
aware of
game,
what I'm doing.
and they emphasize
Don't you
that with
see?
caps.
Man committed a sin, disturbing the life cycle of nature. The original sin that man is responsible to protect the life cycle.
I
have
think
made
this is the
creatures
manic
to rule
depressed
over
Sega developer.
mankind.
And this is just
is
his
the
mind
final
break.
battle. Show yourself, our new ruler, the Emperor.
Mmm. This is the guy with the marriage issues. Absolutely. Now, I've never actually fought this fucking thing. Fuck. I am too tired for this shit. It's definitely great for getting your fucking heartbeat going, though. Oh, I love it. It's not even gonna give me a pity shot. Gotta do this legit, man. Oh, that's just... that's just... what the fuck? That's just legally distinct butt man. That one's almost like fucking impossible. God. Man, this is definitely a Sega arcade boss. And now he's hip thrusting. Oh, this is just a personality test. Okay.
I am.
Wow, that was a very explosive explosion. Did George Lucas make this?
Goldman!
Friends,
Oh, there's a second Caps
it
Goldman.
is not over yet.
Is that all you have to say?
In time, a successor will come. Farewell, friends.
So... that was a fucking subscription. That was a subscriber ping I just got. Probably not from the stream. Great. and yeah, he just falls and explodes. And you know, that probably would mean a lot if he wasn't, you know, in House of the Dead 4. Oh. He's gotta spell Japanese names, I guess, now. Great. Cute. So, yeah. I don't know if that was a necessarily educational experience. I mean, we did learn a lot about late 90s Sega's healthcare, I guess. Clearly, these people, this entire game is just a cry for help. Also, I don't know what to think about the animator who had to go out of their way at the end of a long workday to animate zombie dance. Like, someone got paid to do this, you realize? I don't know if I would have it any other way. That's the best part, yeah. Don't get to smell Smile Bit, though. Oh, that's sad. But... yeah, so I'd say that this keyboard seems to be working pretty well. If only I was just better at reacting to things, and I probably wouldn't... well, I would suck, but it wouldn't have been as bad as this went. But this is, I think, the first full clear I got. Just, you know, without... wish it was a 1cc, but oh well. You can't get everything, I suppose. Still, the fuck? I don't know what to make with that. I'm just half drunk at this point. Half tired, mostly. I've yet to unleash my full potential. It was a scary game, and that guy is just dead. Sega rules, period. Yeah, you could say that. Anyways, I'd say that actually went... this is definitely showing that I do have to get used to this. Now, I wasn't even necessarily that great at this game to begin with on my older keyboards, but it does show that, like, it is more satisfying to use. I will give it that much, but it's just gonna take time some days, and really I just wanted an excuse to play some Dreamcast classics, which, you know, that is totally my thing, I suppose. But with that, I don't actually have a way to end the stream. Because everything is still using old stream assets that was made like 3-4 years ago. I honestly didn't even have intentions of doing many streams. I might continue doing this, you know, every so often. But it's definitely giving me a lot of footage to work with for the upcoming video, I suppose. For probably going to make an update on this keyboard whenever, you know, in the proper thing, without the half hour of just me fucking up this assembly. Sega rules, period, with a gun pointed at their head. Hopefully a Sega stunner gun, you know, brought to you by the Sega Saturn, I suppose. But yeah, so this was it was a very soul-searching experience, and I know that there's only one person here, but to everyone who has supported the channel, it's fucking grown by over 20 times. Like it's a lot. I can't really say enough just how much I am appreciative of all the support given, all the support, the follows, the response, just everything has been amazing. And I guess I kind of want to dedicate this to the people who are watching, for both the people who came to the stream at fucking 12 a.m. at my time, and to the people who tune into this VOD. Thank you very much for watching whatever the hell any of this was. Going to be having more content to come in the coming weeks. And, you know, just really hoping to have fun with this, hopefully. More fun than I had actually doing the mods itself, which disassembling this fucking keyboard was a goddamn nightmare. I'm just gonna say that much. But that said, thank you very much for for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic night. I am totally ripping off someone else. I'm so sorry. With that, stay kind, be courteous, and all that good stuff. Thanks for watching.